as you can tell, we are back on the start screen. This is because I have tried multiple times with that save we had going with our first attempt off stream to get it to work, and every single time I've run out of time. So rather than bore you with another multiple sessions and then us running out of time, I think it's probably best to start this again, because we've learned a lot. We learned a lot from our first attempt, and remember that on our first attempt I only started trying to do this as Female Rulers No Wars after you lot told me to, and that was not at the beginning of the stream, and I would have done opening moves slightly differently if we were going to do it from the beginning. The time limit in the sense that you hit the game end point, you run out of rulers because you hit the end year of the game, and I just couldn't get it going in time with that. And a lot of that, frankly, wasn't even our fault. It was because that sodding Muslim Grand Republic popped into existence, and because Grand Republics don't have fleshed out mechanics, there was no easy way to deal with it. Now, you could deal with that, but you couldn't also deal with that in time, plus all the other bits we had to do. So we know what we've got to do, and we will do it. But I think it's best to start with a clean save, and let's try it again. You know, if this was easy, we wouldn't be doing it. So there is always that. The other thing just to note is in 8 minutes' time, I will be stopping for the kind of 2-minute silence, because it is Remembrance Day today. It is Remembrance Sunday, nearest Sunday to Remembrance Day. Now, what I have done and prepped for you guys for that is actually, because no one wants any dead air or anything like that, it's entirely up to you whether you keep 2 minutes silence or not. I don't judge whether you do or do not. But what I have prepped for you is it's just a couple of photos that I've taken from being on battlefields over the years. So you'll just have that running for 2 minutes, and what they're really there to do is just to kind of show you kind of some stuff, particularly with a bit of a focus on London. And people can ask me about them afterwards if they want to ask me about them. But what you'll also have running during that is 3 audio accounts. And those 3 audio accounts are all taken, they're all genuine accounts from day one of the Battle of the Somme in 1916, so in July 1916. And the first account you'll hear in 7 minutes' time will be that of a German machine gunner called Emil, who was in the trenches that day. The second one will be, and the third one are both the same person, and they are actually a soldier who signed up to a PALS battalion, one of the Newcastle PALS battalions, and they're about his experience almost on the other end. So what you're getting, or what you'll get, is the voice, the kind of someone receiving the first attack on the Somme and their account of it, followed by the account of someone who was involved in that first British attack on the Somme and the immediate aftermath. So that's what you'll get. It only runs for about a minute and a half, the 3 audio accounts, and then you've got 30 seconds just of kind of some photos, and then we'll get back to the game. But I thought it was just best kind of, like, it's a good way of kind of covering it. Luna Wolf, thank you very much for resubscribing, and it is going to annoy me for the whole of my stream that the game has apparently forgotten all my fucking GIFs again. Or the stream elements has forgotten all of my settings again, which is profoundly annoying. Anyway, during this run, be aware that, and we'll start the run proper after the 2-minute silence, but be aware that the !spiders command will, as usual, get you how many people we have murdered during this. It will be, right now, if you try it right now, I suspect it will tell you that there are no murders, because time has reset itself, and it will. Good morning, old man Mordaith. Thank you for stopping by. I was watching you today. This is going to be indeed, this is attempt 2 of this run. This is attempt 2. So essentially we're going to have to do a lot of stabbing, and the real issue we've got with this is going to be that half of Spain is Muslim kingdoms, and those Muslim kingdoms are all male succession only, which makes this even harder. So it is doable though. I am convinced it's doable. We had several near misses in the last attempt at managing to get it going, and a lot of it is going to depend on us going Basque quite quickly. So yeah, no murders yet, but we will have murders. But yeah, first, as I say, in 4 minutes time we'll just have the 2-minute silence and we do other bits. Yeah, I've never seen the Muslim Republic in that first attempt that just popped into the distance around Seville was just a nightmare to deal with. I don't think it'll be a nightmare to deal with once they add proper mechanics for dealing with things. So where's my little things gone? Where are my streamer visualizations? Why haven't I got them today? You should have my little chatting thing and you don't have my little chatting thing. That's annoying. I can think of no reason why it's decided to disappear. But there we go. Let's see if we can get them back. There you go. I'm back. Yeah, Royal Court's going to be great. I think a lot of the stuff that Royal Court adds is going to be really, really good.
From a distant country to the ambitious and patient Anglo-Saxon scholar. Good luck in your second attempt.
Thank you very much, Tommy Ench, for your 2 months resubscription. That really is useful. Yeah, I think the game ran out of courtiers and heirs, so they gave it to a vassal, and that instantly created a Grand Republic that you basically had no interaction mechanics with. So I think once they add those to the game, that's not a problem. But it just essentially was one of the key things that jinxed our run. What we're actually going to need to do, and we'll do it much earlier this time around as well, is we'll go Basque, and we'll try and get Basque culture spreading really heavily, because the equal partition on that is really helpful to us in terms of getting our female rulers going and getting them in all sorts of places. So I'm confident we'll nail this on the second time. I mean, I want to, because it's one of only about 3 achievements in this game I haven't got, and it would have been too easy to just do it normally. So we might as well try and do it in an interesting way. And we are going to have to basically murder all of our brothers first off the bat. And as we discovered last time, we are actually shagging one of our brothers, so we need to not be doing that. But yeah, just to note as well, all of the cash-ins you do of your hooks today. So if you cash in your book requests, or if you cash in for bookshelf requests, or you cash in...
I've been doing this for a year and only getting better.
Marseille, thank you for your kind words and your subscription. 12 months. 12 months. And all of your histofact stuff, we'll talk about memorials and war gravestones and how they come to be, because there's a lot of fascinating history around them, and it is actually one of the areas I have studied quite a lot. It's one of my areas of particular study. So there's a lot of kind of interesting things about the inscriptions, and when I play the video in 2 minutes, what I'd actually urge you to do is look to the bottom of the stones and look at the stones when you see them, and just think about what you see in the different types of stone, because there's some in there that will stand out that you don't see a lot. These are photos I've taken from on the front, but also read the inscriptions, and remember that on the inscriptions on war graves, they were largely standardized apart from the 1 or 2 lines of text at the bottom. And the 1 or 2 lines of text were always allowed by the family could customize them, basically, which, you know, that makes a difference. But we're just coming up to about 30 seconds to go now, according to my world clock anyway, so I'm going to flip you over to the video screen, and you'll still hear me talking for a bit, but don't worry if the screen goes black for a second. But as I say, remember that what you're about to hear is an account of a German soldier telling in his own words the first moments of the Battle of the Somme, and then a British soldier being on the other side of it. So I'm going to flip you over about now, because we're about 10 seconds short, and I will see you guys in about 2 minutes.
I told my comrades, we must be prepared, the English will attack soon. We got our machine gun ready on the top step of the dugout, and we put all of our equipment on. We waited. We expected to die. Thought of God, and we prayed. Then someone shouted, "They're coming! They're coming!" We rushed up and got our machine gun in position. We could see the English soldiers pouring out at us, thousands and thousands of them. We opened fire.
We had a lot of open country to traverse before we reached our own front line. All the while, the German machine guns and artillery unmercifully fired away. I was plodding away when I looked to the side and I saw men go down, as if looking for something, maybe fuse caps or souvenirs. It didn't occur to me it was men in their death agonies, kicking and screaming. We had to stagger back over the corpses of our mates. We reached the British trenches, and I sat, totally stunned. Young lads were all around me. Some were sobbing hysterically. They had seen things no one Should have to see.
There we go, and we're back. Thank you very much for just sticking with me while we watched that. Obviously, I'm a military historian, so stuff like that is a big thing to me. One last comment, by the way. This scene that you're looking at now, and if there's any of those photos that you've seen in that bit, just feel free to ask me, and I'll quite happily tell you about them. But the photo you're looking at now is actually near me. That's up in one of the cemeteries up here in East London. And I would urge people, when they're out going for a walk or anything like that, remember that you will find war graves in this country too. And often they're a bit run down like this, and I think it's always nice just to kind of go and just in your own churchyard, just keep an eye out. Once you kind of realise they're there, you can't unsee them. Those stones are so iconic. And just you know, read the name on them. I think as long as people's names are read, they're remembered. And I think that's just a nice thing to do. That's my belief anyway. So yeah. But anyway, thank you very much. Let's get back to the game. Let's get on with our run. Let us start. So the numbers on the stones generally are things like, so on the side there'll be indications as to where the grave is. So what you'll have in every cemetery, because these cemeteries are so vast, is you'll have a book that tells you where everything is. You'd find that kind of then you'll have unit numbers and things like that on them. What I have got set up, by the way, is so we can do various bits, and I will get the game underway, is I have got open over here, if I give you the quick glimpse behind the scenes, ignore this for a second. Yoink. Let's make that a bit larger. But what you can actually see lurking up there is, if we need to, I can actually flip to there, and you can see I have quite a lot of photos of war graves. It's a thing I do quite a lot of, visiting war graves. This is quite interesting. This is actually in France. I think people kind of forget that kind of obviously the contribution of other nations is huge. This is back in my local cemetery. Where was I just looking? It was quite interesting. This is the Russian cemetery on the outskirts of Berlin, which is quite frank and incredible. Yeah, hello. Did censorship apply to the lower lines or the tombstones lines, like for male? Yes and no. So actually the two lines they were quite liberal with. So it sort of did apply, but it also sort of didn't. And what I mean by that is they tried not to judge or turn it off. If you go to, I think it's Tyne-Cot Cemetery, there's an incredible stone in Tyne-Cot that the inscription on the bottom of it, which I always find quite haunting, reads, it's died for the fallacy that war could end all war. And it's the kind of thing that if you think about it, like you wouldn't, if they were censoring, you wouldn't allow that on a tombstone. The kind of the anger and sadness in that line is enormous. And yeah, I mean, Lord of Albert, a simple I love him still. Those inscriptions are one of the things I think means the most. What's worth remembering is as well is not only was it the only thing that the families, they could pick different crosses and they could pick everything else. And as you saw, if you were Jewish, if you were whatever else, you could have different symbols on there for yourself. But let me ping back so you get your little stream visualization back. There we go. Is actually also theoretically people had to pay for those inscriptions, so you were paying by the word, by the letter, for the inscription bit at the bottom. Now in reality, the Commonwealth War Graves Commission, or the Imperial War Graves Commission as it was then, didn't actually charge for that. They didn't charge for that at all, but they actually, or rather they charged for it, but they didn't chase anyone up for payment, because what it was about was, when the decision was made that all British casualties should be buried in the same grave style and abroad. There was a lot of kind of dislike about that from various people who could afford to have good gravestones and understandably wanted their kids to be brought home or their husbands to be brought home. And one of the things they did to mitigate that was say, well, look, you can pay for an inscription, you can contribute your own money, and you can take part in this. So some people paid, but some people didn't, because they were told, look, you can have as long as you want to pay for this inscription. So if you're poor, if you really can't afford to pay for the word count, don't worry, still ask us for the subscription, and we'll offer you a payment plan over time. And they didn't. It was a myth. They deliberately didn't charge for it, but they let people who wanted to pay, because for those people, they felt like they were contributing to that person's grave. It was the work of the commission is incredible. Anyway, let's start. Let me tab into the game and let's get this going. So yes, welcome, because you're probably going to get this bit on the video. So, Infanta Urraca is our starting ruler. We are playing in Iron Mad mode. We are starting as a single county here, and we are once again attempting to conquer all of Spain. And I am going to save over our last save. We are going to attempt to conquer all of Spain without starting any wars, which means lots and lots of murder. So the things we need to consider that we learned from last time are we need to be getting ourselves to Basque as quickly as possible, because Basque has equal partition, which is going to help us out enormously with this. So we have indeed abandoned the previous run. I think it's unsavable, just because of that Grand Republic that popped into existence and the kingdom that we accidentally created, which we wouldn't do now because we know how not to do that. Now the key thing is we need to murder all of our families so that we can actually get hold of the initial bit of this. And annoyingly, we are on the wrong frickin' line, so we're actually going to have to start by resetting our perks, because we very much need to be on this line. So we are going to have to reset our perks, which is annoying. We probably do want to be going on to Seduction Scheme Power, because remember, we are currently 33 and have no heirs, and we need at least 2 daughters. Yeah, murder list is reset, so exclamation mark spiders is only going to give you an empty list for now. Overwhelmed is indeed our first action. Lord Mannix, thank you very much for the follow. I tip my invisible Panama hat to you. The other thing I noticed, I've got 1,000 hours in this game, and I only noticed this the other day, is that you actually get little symbols up there that will tell you if you're paying reduced tax because it's not your rightful liege, which I always find quite fascinating. Anyway, yeah, brother murder is on the cards. We also need to stop shagging our brother. This is a bad thing. Let's stop having sex with our brother. Sorry, brother, but we are not going to have any more sex with you. So, what we probably want to do is we do need to pop out a daughter or we're in trouble. And we're 33 years old. And yeah, if we could not get screwed by XCOM level RNG on our murder attempts this time round, we'd be better off. So do we go skullduggery or do we go seduction? I think we go seduction, because we do need those kids. I think what we probably want to do is do that, and then let's see if we can actually seduce anyone useful with that level of seduction, or whether we need to stick another point in the seduction perk. And what we should also do before we do anything else is call a hunt to lose stress. So at least we're not going to stress ourselves out. Remember that our goal here as well is we desperately need a bit of Basque, which we can get if we get hold of the Castile title. And they haven't lost Vizcaya, and we'll move our capital to Vizcaya and then drop it back to the rightful capital of Castile. So yeah, so we really need some kiddos. So let's see if we can, with the level of seduction that's given us now, there's anyone useful we can seduce. And I'm not that fussed about marriage alliances right now. What we really want is to just know if we can seduce someone who's got good traits. And I'm really looking for genius here. With a bonus if they've got some traits like deceitful, because we're going to have to get them to train our kid. So Ethelweird here is probably a prime target for us. Right, so we got a 45% chance on him, but I bet you if we gift him, that'll go up. So we need 55 to gift him, that'll increase our chance. I think we do put a point in seduce then. Then we want truth as relative. We want to get murdering as quickly as possible. We want digging for dirt, and we want kidnapper. And then we're down this line. We want court shadows relatively quickly. But I had an experiment trying to do a similar run the other week. Also found spiders that had played XCOM. One of my nephews survived 2 murder attempts and avoided an induction. Yeah, it's when you get properly XCOM percentaged by the game, it's thoroughly annoying. Right, counsellors. We could do with a really... Hello. Hello, sir. We want to be recruiting you. Let's hope he doesn't sod off before we get a chance to recruit him. I believe, Sweru, that you are terrible at your job. But you are... Yeah, we're just going to have to put up with you. So we need 55 to recruit legendary intrigue dude. So that's good to know. So... Seduction attempt is going to be Aethelwald here. Which is going to almost but not quite crit stress us. Don't tell game, don't lie to me. I'm not crit stressed, you just hadn't recalculated yet. Right, we need to inherit some titles. We need to inherit some titles. Bootor95! Thank you very much for following. I am choosing to believe that you are in fact 95, and that is not your birthday. Because if that's your birthday, it makes me feel old. Which is ironic. Well, not ironic, but just depressing. In 95, I was playing mostly probably Civilization 2 and Championship Manager 1? Would have been 2 by then. Seducing him stresses us because we're zealous. So zealous is a problem for us in seduction terms. So it's why I could really just do with having to get one lover, and then we can always marry. Because we can marry for traits as well. Because we're not conquering anything. So there's arguably no harm in us turning around and going, right, well, we're going to marry for Mogans. If it doesn't work, we're going to marry either Mogans or Aethelweird here. But I'd rather seduce them because, remember, we're doing female rulers only. Female rulers only means if we start popping out sons, it'd be far easier and better for us if we could pop out an illegitimate child to begin with and then legitimize them. But we'll see. In the meantime, we need to murder some of our brothers. Now, what we actually need to think about here is who's married already and who isn't. Now, personally, I think we probably want to marry King Alfonso first, because the sooner we're part of Castile, the better. Because that will stop him going to war, and also he knows that we were having sex with him. So he actually has a secret on us, which is not good. What we might also want to do at the same time is guarantee ourselves council rights. But we could probably do that via a hook. So let's... we could probably get a 66% chance on a murder, but I'm guessing we could get people to... That'll go up when we get our super duper guy in. So let's just start to kill him. So we're hoping that Velidos here hangs around just for another couple of months. Because I think it's 55 gold we need to reduce him. Oh, free gold. Well, that's handy. Let's just assume we're never getting stuff from the Pope either. So free gold is absolutely what we're taking off of that one, because that means we can recruit Velidos, stick him on the council, and put him on support schemes. Which jumps us up to 78.83. If we had cash, I guarantee you we could get some people in to help with this, but we don't, so. So we've got a bit of prestige. So yeah, a little bit of murder. A little bit of murder will sort us out. Can you marry guests with one of your courtiers to recruit them? Potentially. I don't think we have much in the way of a court though at the moment. That's the problem, because obviously we're only... So, I mean... There's an argument for saying that there's no reason not to marry him in just so we've got someone in there. What I'd really quite like is a decent freaking steward. Would you like to marry this lady? Good work, sir. Because Mayor Perro, with his 3... can do one. Don't need anything else going on here. We'll probably flip him to domestic affairs because it'll be more useful. Now remember, we've also got kidnap, which will help with this. Because what it'll at least mean is if we fail on a murder pot, we can go for a kidnap plot instead. Let's attempt that. Yeah, it's a fair point on the promote culture. Maybe we should just stick to collect taxes, because you're right, we are going to want to... Oh, fuck off, game. Is it going to do this to us again? Outrageous. We are still getting XCOM'd. But it's fine. Right, what do we reckon he likes? He is an adequate bargainer, patient, deceitful, and arrogant. I think we go with entertained. Right, at least that's pushed it into the 55% chance. Can we send him a gift yet? Because that'll help. Yes, we can. Right, he's positive opinion on us now. So that pushes our seduce up to 90%, so we should be alright on it. Awesome. Dude, do you want to come join our court? This is the other thing. We need to get dynasty control as quickly as possible, because... Fuck your House of Warriors. We want our dynasty... We want our dynasty on... Guile as quickly as possible, because that stuff is really useful for us. How often do you get points towards the seduction skills? As in the random event chances? My agents have prepared for weeks. The cook has been bribed to look the other way. Oh, we're going with duck first. We're going to get our first duck murder. The poison has been acquired and the duck was gifted to King Garcia alone. It will be rubbed with the poison and the bed of herbs will master smell as it is served. The deadly bitterness will be the last thing my target ever tastes. Bon appetit, Garcia. Is he useful? He's beautiful, so... But we'll gain more experience with that one, so we try that one. I cannot tell anyone. We might as well make him our lover. The bird became the last thing Garcia ever ate. It also seems that none of my agents are under suspicion, which means no one can trace the position back to me. Way hey. The perks, essentially we're doing quite well because we're intrigue focused. We'll get some good skills. Yeah, get your murder spiders out, chat. Let me update the command. Maybe we should make that our next emote. Should we have a murder duck? I could get Levi to do a murder duck for our next emote. There you go. Exclamation mark spiders has been updated. Right, that is one brother down. Now, the question becomes... We've got no chance of kidnapping that dude. We're going to need some money to kidnap that dude. So, do we... Do we unite the kingdom now? I suspect we still unite the kingdom. And then kill him. How are we forming Spain with no wars? With a lot of hard work and effort and cunning. And a lot of killing people with ducks. A lot of killing people with ducks. In fact, actually, it's probably worth me just pausing to talk a lot how we're going to deal with the Islamic kingdoms. So, what we're going to need to do is as much as possible, disrupt and split up the Islamic kingdoms to create small kingdoms. And what we're going to need to do is essentially look for kingdoms, ideally duchy or lower, where the heir of those kingdoms... This is the problem, Republic of Cordoba, that's what fucked us last time, so hopefully they get wiped off the map quickly enough. What we aim to do is abuse the fact, well not abuse, but take advantage of the fact that as long as one of their heirs, so let's say this guy here, who doesn't have a title. So both of them have a title, so we couldn't do it. But let's say this guy here, right, his primary heir does not have any land. That means that if we kidnapped this guy, so let's say we managed to successfully kidnap Yusuf here, then Yusuf will be in our dungeon. And to release Yusuf, we can persuade him to become a Christian. Now, if we persuade Yusuf to become a Christian at exactly the same time as we kill Yusuf's daddy, then when Yusuf takes over the throne, that kingdom is now a Christian kingdom. And if we have already married Yusuf's kid off to our kid, that means we can inherit his territory. It means one of our line can inherit his territory. Now the problem is that a lot of these, when you look at the inheritance on them, are male-only partition. So really what we're trying to do in early on is just get Catholic rulers onto thrones, and then if we can convert ourselves Basque, and we have Basque kids, Basque is equal partition as a culture. And it biases towards equal partition as a culture. So what we can try and do is get kids over time to push to equal partition, in which case we can then murder all of their relatives and inherit their thrones. Or we can, if it's someone on the throne who likes us enough and they're Catholic and they're there as well, and we're bigger enough than them, then hopefully we can actually just persuade them to vassalize. And we almost managed to get that working as a general strategy on the first run, but it just there was too much. It took so long for us to learn what was a viable strategy that we just couldn't pull it off. So, but that is the broad plan. That is the broad plan. That's an excellent first comment, Eugelia. Always in favour of a dad joke to start off with. Right, so we can probably kill King Sancho the Strong here. The question is whether we want to kill King Sancho the Strong, and I'm guessing we kind of do. The issue with killing him too early is we may set our brother up to take the decision, which we won't have here showing here. Oh no, we do have it here. This is a decision that we would rather take rather than them, because it gives high crown authority, and they will instantly lose high crown authority because they will get liberty ward straight away. If we get it, we can hold on to it. Guarantee you we can hold on to it. So I'm kind of in two minds about whether we try and murder King Sancho yet. I mean, what's our chance of murdering him? I mean, we'll probably get someone join that. It's predicted agents of 1, which is Duke Nuno, so our Portuguese guy. I think it's better to get the kingdom united as quickly as possible, so let's just go for it. Stop unlocking shitty things. I mean, they're not. I mean, the Casus Belli cost is utterly useless to us because we're not declaring wars. Well, if we kill him fast enough, it won't matter if he has kids. No, just because I'm not shagging you anymore. Why be like that? Arsehole. That's just fucked our murder scheme, because we now can't do that again for 5 years. No, he still is my heir, because that kid is illegitimate. We should try and remove some of his stress, but we can't yet. What we should actually do is take that. Right, what we are going to do now is we are definitely going to try and start murdering some wives. Jagilia, thank you very much for the follow. I assume it's Jagilia. Are there ways for you to encourage other people's factions problems? Not easily. You can kind of form factions yourself, and if you've got the right kind of hooks, you can encourage people to join them. I might even drop this up to speed 5, because there is literally nothing we can do apart from murder here. We will do that, because gaining some intrigue lifestyle would be quite nice. Is there anyone we should... Can we not make you marshal? We should probably actually make him our chancellor. Why are you all so terrible? So yeah, you can use hooks to get people into factions. Oh, come on! This is fucking outrageous. Many months have passed since the lords and ladies of the realm gathered for peace. Feast, my countess. Yeah, I'll feast when I want to feast. It would benefit you not to mention Nosemongus a good feast. I really don't like you. But we do need the stress loss, so... Yeah, I mean, but what we're doing is we are grabbing gold. And gold is useful to us. Gold is very useful to us. Unless we lose it all buying wine. He had an affair. I'm shocked. Shocked. He also has a child who needs to die. Anyone want to help us kill a baby? No? You sure? So we have 2 lovers at the moment, so I'm hoping one of them pops out a kid for us. We could potentially take the opportunity to shag around again. Mogans! How do you feel about sexy times? You don't want sexy times. Surprised that's a 0. That shouldn't be a 0. Really shouldn't be a 0. We have to kill a lot of people for Navarra, and there's actually value in us keeping these Christian kingdoms around, because we can always deal with them later. Mogans did betray us last run, this is true. I don't really want to pay priests money. I'm not going to murder anyone. Every Catholic county... Well, but that's fine. Can we just do that? It's not like we've got a lot of Catholic counties to worry about. Does anyone want to get involved in killing this small child? No? This is why having a good steward is an excellent thing to do, if you're a county, by the way, because you've got a much higher chance of triggering random gold events. It's hard to find a man willing to raise hand against an infant, but it's much easy to find one willing to place a spider in a cradle. I watch my agent stuff the deadly spider into a small bag and shiver. The thing is almost as big as its future victim. See it done. Oh, come on! Inez is still alive. It seems as if the spider venom wasn't strong enough and only caused a mild rash. I mean, we'll go again. And yeah, maybe we can get someone in now. Do you want to come in? That'll do. Because we'll get back in the black quick enough. We will take that one. I am indeed still trying to conquer Spain without offensive wars. Living Marionette, thank you very much for following me. We're going with spiders again. We could lose 4 months progress, because we are going to have to dip into the gold. We'll go with it. The deed is done. Inez will never get to grow up. Will never get to know the pains and pleasures of this world. Apparently it was a quick death, the venom doing its job even before my agent had left the room. We did get away with it though. We are going to get crit stressed from that. We are definitely not confessing to stuff. We might have to go with wounded. See, we're 38. So actually, our immediate risk here is we're still not. I'm going to have to marry someone. Because we need a baby. We're going to risk wounded. We may be going for a very quick third attempt here. Because it does mean we can get out of the things. Right, let's update our spider command. Spider command, update. So we have killed one person with a duck. One person with a spider. Let's go with spidered. Spidered. One person to death. There you go, your command is updated. How close are we to be able... We might be able to go for him again now. Not quite. January... Oh, fucking hell. 1077 on him. And that's 1078. They could at least do me to assist me by murdering each other. Right, what we might as well do while we've got the chance is fabricate hook on him. Because let's get our contract changed while we can. Is anyone going to actually benefit from this? No, we'll shag him. What twisted mockery of our faith is this? People describe King Alfonso as both impressive and evil, which tells me more about their relationship to him than anyone else. Also, a curious number of people mention how often he focuses attention on a fly crawling on some gilded decorations and talks about his friends. Interesting. No one must ever know. Give me a clever daughter. See, this is what I suspected would happen. Which isn't the end of the world for us, to be honest. Well, we have a daughter. If we get a better daughter, she's not going to survive very long. But we do at least have a daughter. And we will continue the tradition of calling her after ourselves. Yep, war was declared, and that's not really a bad thing for us, because if he reunites the kingdoms, it's fine. Saves us doing it. Essentially, it potentially saves us a murder. What it would be nice to do is for this hook scheme to finish first, which is blatantly not going to. We need him to not lose the war for another 10 months, but he'll lose the war before then. What we can do at the same time, and might as well do, given we can't murder him yet, is we should get a hook on him just in case. Because we can now do 2 schemes, which is useful. If we do that, we're going to lose a ton of stress, so I think we probably want to do that. We might get away with this, you know. We did get away with it, which means very quickly before we do this, we can protect ourselves from title revocation. And I'm tempted to give him higher levies in terms for in return for guaranteed council rights. And then the next ruler will just hook this stuff down slowly. But that should pretty much guarantee we get all of this. I think it's worth it. Given that we're not fighting any wars anyway, and like we're giving him 19 levies. It's like, yeah, whatever, dude. Wouldn't be worth it for sanctioned wars. Also, we don't need sanctioned war unless he'd run up when it. Well, we will shortly because he's going to reunite the kingdom. What's going to happen is King Sancho here is going to unite the kingdom because he's going to trigger the Unite the Spanish Thrones action, which means he's going to get high crown authority. The vassals will then rise up, and because he is not going to be very good at fighting the war or dealing with them, he is then going to be forced into a vassal war where he has to lower crown authority, which will mean that we don't get our chance at high crown authority for a long time. But c'est la vie. The interesting thing will be what he does to our previous lord and vassal. A strong hook on him is really nice, though. Well, that war ended and now we have the whole of Castile under him. Now what we do need to think about is if there's something useful we can do with our strong hook. So we can ask him for a pardon, but I don't think there's anything he can technically imprison us for. I don't think there's anything he can imprison us for. Because we've already been imprisoned for being a fornicator. So I don't think he can imprison us twice. HMS Troutbridge redeemed a histofact. Histofact. Let's have a think. Because we said we were going to do war gravy ones, didn't we? There's a reason, a whole bunch of... If you go to North France and Belgium and have a look at various cemeteries around there, you'll look at them. If you're a Londoner, you'll look at them and go, these cemeteries look a bit familiar. And the reason they look familiar is because a whole chunk of them were designed by Charles Holden. Charles Holden would go on to, well, had previous to that, designed a whole bunch of London Underground stations. So there's a whole bunch of war cemeteries on the Somme. They're done in that similar arts and crafts style. So it's if you're abroad in France or Belgium and see a cemetery that reminds you of a London Underground station, that's why, because they were designed by the same person, Charles Holden. Think of you're thinking that you want to think of the stations that are not the red brick ones, but the ones that are on like the Piccadilly line and stuff like that. Right. So let's have a look. So we can't go for him again yet. We can shortly go for him. We could expose the fact that we were shagging him and then demand forgiveness. But I don't think it would really help us much. He's the other elusive genius super shadow annoying dude. Because we can't modify our title again because we've already done it. I mean, we can request an alliance with him, which is probably not a bad idea. We might as well attempt an abduct scheme on him. She is pensive, which... I mean, we're going to have to put her on... Ugh. Because we're going to have to give her an intrigue education. We could really do with a better daughter. Is there anyone who wants to help us on this abduct scheme? Yes, you want in. And you want in. It's the ex-king, but he's also the Duke of Leon. He kept his Leon titles. So there is method to my madness here. There is method to my madness. Have faith in me, chap. Have faith. And let's hope we get back into positive income soon. Yeah, we're not burning gold on it. No. Again, there is reasons why I'm said no. Right, we are now twice schemed. We're going to leave ourselves on fertility for a bit longer. So I think there is still a small chance. With 43, there is like a tiny chance we might still have a daughter. A perfect opportunity has presented itself. Infante Alfonso will be travelling from the castle to the nearby town with nary any guards. He must think himself safe. Someone is in at my prison. Interesting. Am I not his? Did he not give me? I assumed that my liege was him. He didn't hand me over. He did not. Man, interesting. So what I was actually thinking of doing, given that Leon, I assumed that I was actually, and it just doesn't matter because we've abducted now. Is that actually I was going to do it so that what we could do is we could create a claimant faction against him and get our title that way. We'd get the Duke of Leon title, which would have been useful to us. But theoretically, I think we can murder this guy again now. Not quite. June 78. We've only got a 5% abduction chance. It's just not worth the effort. I doubt we can because he's landed already. So we can torture him. You know. But I think we'll just move into the dungeon. I think we'd tolerate him because we need him around. Could have a Basque person educate our daughter? Yeah, we could. I'm kind of still hoping that we get someone who is better. I mean, basically, that's who we want to educate her, because he's a genius, so he's going to give her better traits, and he's got deceitful, so hopefully she'll get deceitful off of him. Patient isn't the worst thing to get. And arrogant, I mean, you kind of tolerate it. Is kidnapping a crime? I'm not convinced kidnapping is a crime. He does have a title revocation reason on us though, so we should actually do that. Stop having boys! Yeet ye yourself into prison, young boy. Use your prison baby emotes if you've got them. We just need him to die now. Alfonso died in prison. Right, the question is... So, June. June is when we can go for it. We might want to hold off because we're not generating a lot of income. So I think we might want to hold off and see if we can get some people in. Because, yeah, I think our good spy master just died. No, 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 he's still hanging around. Our steward, our good steward died though, that's annoying. We'll ping him over there. And... Why are you all so terrible? Fine, you can have it. Try not to make people hate me. I mean, I'd have liked to keep Navarra around, but it's not the end of the world if he conquers them. Don't think there's really anything else we want on this now. How old are we? Because I think we've just stopped being fertile. So I think what we're actually going to want to do is flip to this. Get Groom to rule. She's now old enough to educate, so we need... Ethelwood, can you convert her? What's your culture? Anglo-Saxon, so we don't want our culture converted. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying Lieutenant Commander Bull's adventures. His current adventure will conclude this afternoon post-stream. With Riker and the Jazz Planet. This is on Twitter for those of you who are absolutely confused. Is Groom to Rule better than pedagogy? No, in actual fact, you kind of... Well, it depends. It depends on the context. If you're educating your own children, pedagogy is what you want to get. Because then your wards become better. And pedagogy only applies at the time, so you need to have it as early as possible in the child's education to get the maximum benefit from it. We will go for Groom to Rule because we're not educating our children, and Groom to Rule is retrospective, so it doesn't matter. My kids could be 70 years old, and they'd still get the extra perks if we did that. So you don't have to rush to Groom to Rule. Whereas you do have to rush to pedagogy, but only if you're planning on educating your own children. And remember that CK3 is not the same as CK2. In CK2, your trait and your skills determine how much the educator's education trait determines the top tier trait that a kid can get, with some modifiers for smartness, genius, and all of that. In CK3, it's different. And what matters is whether the Guardian is a genius or not. So you want to have your kids educated by geniuses and intelligent people with natural traits that you want to get here. This trait doesn't matter. That's a critical difference between CK3 and CK2 that not a lot of people know about. So he's just taken the United Spain action. Now watch him lose a Liberty War. Now we are quietly ticking up gold. So we've still got that 50% chance. How old is our mega amazing counsellor? He's 35, so he shouldn't die that soon. The question is whether we flip off of this, because there's not really a lot of use to us now. Like, we could force ourselves to get stressed and then do that. Yeah, we really didn't like our mother. That's why we lost stress when she died. My great-great-granddad was a gardener for the IWGC after serving in World War I. Yeah, there was a fair few kind of that stayed on and served as gardeners, ex-servicemen. Similarly, tour guides. Some of the earliest kind of battlefield tour guides were actually ex-servicemen. Right. He can gain whatever rowdy traits he wants. He's still staying in prison. Ooh, hello. Right, we're not going to boost that because that's already at maximum. I have realised my brother, the enthusiastic King Sancho, keeps to a fairly regular schedule. If these could be observed, they could lead a key to a breakthrough. I want someone watching him at all hours. I've always looked at CK3, but feel like honestly, like, I hope there are people who are watching the stream who hopefully can vouch for the fact that it's a good game to learn and to do. How has that now dropped to 5%? That was 85% a minute ago. How has that dropped that drastically? This game hates me. Yeah, I assume we lost the agents we had. Oh well. I used to have a massive loss in what I was doing. The key thing is, I think a lot of people, where they screw up with CK3, is they jump straight to trying to play as kingdoms, and really don't. Just play as a duke. But play as a duke and enjoy being a duke. We really need Duke Nuno in on this. If Duke Nuno was getting in on this, we'd be alright. We need to be able to send him a gift, but yes, he's way too rich for us. We can get the Empress's mother, our sister-in-law, in on it. We haven't demanded to be a spy master, which we should be able to do. Make me your spy master. Well, hey! Come on, the abduction. My agents tell me that King Sancho is planning to travel from Como to Leon. I've arranged for some brigands to interrupt his little journey and make sure he arrives here instead. Well, 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 my brother. Back in business indeed. My great-great-grandfather was wounded in 1917 on the Western Front, so he could come back home from the front line, and subsequently took part in preparation for the Greater Poland Uprising in 1918. Nice. The Greater Poland Uprising is something I need to do a thread on at some point, because people don't know enough about it. Oh, hello, my cat. Hello, not my cat. How are you today? What do you want? I haven't set up kitty cam, so... Oh, well, your owner's out again. Is that what it is? I see, your owners are out. Let's see if we've got some... Is there any Felix Crunchies left up here? Yeah, I think we've got a couple. I shouldn't really be giving you Crunchies after you chased Also Not My Cat out the other day. Come on up then. Come and say hello to people. Yeah, come on up you come. You're going to have to come up for them if you want them. Right. There you go. Say hello to people. Right. Wave at the camera. Yes, I know. Yes, I feel effectively marked. Yes, no, are you going to... Yeah, you decided you're going to be awkward and sit on my lap, have you? Despite the fact that you are not a lap cat and never have been. You're just showing off now for the camera. Why don't you get down and go in your box or something? I built you a nice little box that's got a towel in it that you like sitting in. No, definitely going to climb in front of the screen? You feel that's a better use of your time? Righto. Right, well this run just got a lot harder because there is a cat in front of the main screen, so... I have an ancestor who was in the Navy in World War I, but by World War II he was part of the Royal Army Medical Corps serving out in Burma. It's one story of going out to get water and return to medical station. The Japanese had bayoneted everyone at the station. Yeah, it happened. It happened. Yes, can I get back to playing the game now? I know you like sitting there, but that's actually where my mouse is. Yeah, no, that is the mouse. Can you not? Yeah, this game is much harder to play when there's a cat on your mouse. Look, if you want to sit on my lap, you can sit on my lap, I don't mind, but let's not pretend this is a common occurrence. Because I need to play a game. There you go, good, yeah, go jump down and go sit in your little cat box. I basically set up an Amazon box for him that's got a towel in it. Ah, my chair's just dropped down. See, someone mentioned in dispatches you can actually get copies of those dispatches if it's the kind of thing you want to know. As long as you know, you can actually get hold of them. Right, so I feel like you might want to spend some time in the dungeon. There you go, Kitty's settled down a bit now. Let me see if I can bring you up a view of Kitty. There you go. You can see he's thinking about sitting in his box. But yeah, his owners have been away all weekend, so he's been around a fair bit. More than normal. Mostly just because he gets lonely. Well, Stray Kitty, we've had a bit of a setback on because Stray Kitty did indeed settle on the chair, on one of the chairs, and had a nice long snooze. The problem was it was the same chair that Not My Cat here likes to settle on when he pops round. And he happened to pop round at the same time, got massively outraged at the fact that she was on what he regarded as his chair, and attempted to... Can you not eat that cable? That's my Stream Deck cable. Can you not eat that, please? and had a go at her on the chair. So they had a big fight in the living room. And now she's still coming in for food, but obviously she's a bit warier at the moment about coming in and settling. What we've had to do is essentially put stuff on the chair so neither of them can sit on the chair, because they've both got secondary spots they like to settle in that aren't the chair. So if we take away the contested territory of the chair, it's not a problem. But yeah, so minor setback with also not my cat, but she's getting there. Yeah, well, not my cat pulled an usurp chair scheme on also not my cat, or the other way around. Right. Anyway, let's play. So we now theoretically are guaranteed to get this title. We could accidentally on purpose kill him in prison and get it pretty much right now, which we probably want while he still has 8 territories, because we want it before he starts giving out these frickin' titles. Especially as I think one of them might be a Basque one. Syria Basque? No, Castilian. So we're going to need to get... Vizcaya is Basque though. We need to get Vizcaya or one of these off of him. We want Barcelona on the map as long as possible. As long as it's this Barcelona. No, it's not, because they're both clans. Barcelona has already been screwed, so there's not much we can do there. We're going to have to go full on our duchies and vassalized strategy. That's essentially going to have to be our full approach here. We're also going to have to try and, with our next rulers, stash for piety, so that we can divert any crusades. So the big risk of him being in prison is all of the vassals rising up against him. This Liberty faction is the main problem, because right now, if we're lucky, it's still maximum crown authority. He's got absolute crown authority, which if we can get hold of that and keep it is an absolute gift, because we can designate an heir. So I think we want that title sooner rather than later. Does no wars mean no offensive wars, but defensive wars allowed? Yeah, so I don't have to keep murdering sons, because I can just designate my daughters once. I mean, it would actually mean we wouldn't even necessarily need to go Basque, but I think we still would, just for safety's sake. Oh, he has wandered. Not my cat has wandered into the spare room, which means he's normally on the hunt for a duvet to curl up on. I think we want that title sooner rather than later. Now, of course, the easiest way to do that is to create a claimant title. But we then only claim for the Kingdom of Castile, and he'd get released, and we don't want him released. So I think actually murdering him is better. And in fact, what we'll actually do is torture him. Why complicate matters? There's nothing like a good old rat, the good old rack. The sound when bones and sinews snap is quite unforgettable, but not as unforgettable as the pain King Sancho is soon to experience. Right, I think we probably want to flip off of this. Because we're not going to get any more benefits. And I know might seem silly to flip off of it now. But the sooner we can get on this, the better. Because we do want Groom to rule. I think we jump onto this. Diplomacy is probably more useful to us than prestige. Oh dear, how sad. Can we get some Fs in chat for Fernando Urraca Jimenea, who died in prison? What a tragedy. How terribly sad. And remember everyone, if your kid dies in prison, then God killed them, you didn't. Exactly, Living Mariner. Oh no. Anyway, carrying on. He lived his life like a candle in the wind. Does mean our game is basically over if Urraca dies, because we didn't manage to pop out a spare. But at least we managed to get one girl out. Otherwise this would have been a very short run indeed. And she's still guardianed by that guy. She's on intrigue. I can ask for a pardon. He's still on 4. Is he having faction issues yet? As long as that remains beneath that faction level, we can keep him in prison and wait for him to die. Because there's not much he can do in that prison. We are the new head of House Jimena. We have inherited the Kingdom of Castile and 7 other titles from King Sancho II, the father of Spain of Castile. Male preference partition. We are the head of Castilian culture. Yes, so in terms of the stewardship perks, I think we're going to grab Groom to Rule. And probably Thoughtful, and then immediately flip to Stewardship to just try desperately to hold on to this High Crown authority. What we could also really do with is finding ourselves a good alliance. Tuscany is not great, but it's better than nothing. Apparently I've inherited a mercenary company. Does anyone have any marriageable kids? Guessing you don't want to marry my son. He would with a hook. You've got a daughter as well. He would with a hook. He would with a matrilineal marriage. That's fine. We don't care. That's our illegitimate son anyway. I think that was worth doing. We could probably have tried to hook him. But it gives us an immediate alliance worth 4,000 troops. Which, given that we're probably about to have a massive Liberty faction form against us, is probably no bad thing. Right, let's have a think about what we do. We are overextended in title terms, but is our hubby any good at stewardship? He's not. I feel a murder coming on. You can get disbanded. Shit, yes. Yeah, exactly. We don't really want France, and that is a massive renown alliance boost. For him, for the kid, not so much for us. But what we could have done is tried to hook her, and then use the hook to patrilineally marry, which would theoretically have put, even though he's a bastard, I don't think he'd have picked up a... As long as she didn't land him, he wouldn't create a custom house. So we would have ended up with kids of our heir. So I didn't imprison the King of Scotland, but apparently our dearly departed brother did. And we have obviously inherited. Right, she can get ransomed as well. Right, all of these people are getting council positions. Right, Duke Munez of Cantabria, you are definitely getting Chancellor. You're on domestic affairs, which is what we want. For steward... I don't really fancy making someone who hates me my spymaster. So I think our spymaster is probably still going to be Velados, because we're going to give him a title anyway. I've inherited the Holy Roman Emperor's Independence War, which I'm not that fussed about. He hasn't got any sons, so we can't hook him into marrying. So our steward... So Duke Nuno here is someone we kind of maybe want to worry about. I mean, luckily our vassals aren't that strong because of our high council stuff. And they can't get stronger because they can't fight wars. If we can keep this going as we are well set up now for this game. So let's make... Let's make you our marshal. And for steward, I don't really want to make Duke Nuno. He's only got 9. I'd much rather make Count Lopez it. Yeah, but he's a duke. Right, we are above our domain limit, which we need to deal with. We're also head of Castilian culture. What we focused on? Oh, good. We are focused on bailiffs. Bailiffs is perfect because that gives us an extra domain limit. So we can probably, in the meantime, while we're murdering our husband, that is going to pop us up to 6. So what are we controlling? We're controlling a lot of stuff over here, which I'm not convinced we really want to control. Oh, Santiago we do. That's nice. So actually, maybe we do. We probably want to keep hold of Galicia. Galicia and Leon, maybe? Right, Galicia is going to be our money province. Santiago's lovely. Santiago's lovely because once we can afford it, we can build the Grand Cathedral, which gives us +2 tax, holding taxes in this county +20%, Development growth plus 20%. I mean, frankly, it's almost tempting to make Santiago our freaking capital because of those numbers. So yeah, I'm guessing we've got a bunch of armies over here helping the HRE somewhere. Which, given we're about to get 200 gold from there, we might as well do. So our current capital is Zamora, which we don't want it to be anyway. We want it to be Leon. I think that baby might be about to die. What's the inheritance on Leon? Does it ever come to us? Not currently. We'd have to kill a lot of his family. Right, we want to get some Basque going on quicker than as soon as possible. Because I'd rather do the Basque culture flip now. So we need a province over here. Don't really want to screw over our steward. Navarra, we could go for Pamplona. We have a valid reason to revoke all of his titles. So we might just want to do that. So I only need to switch to Basque temporarily. I only need to switch Basque to Basque long enough to adopt local culture. And then we can move back our capital back. But to move our capital back, we can only ever move our capital back to the natural capital. And this would be the natural capital of the Kingdom of Castile. Because the natural capital of the Kingdom of Castile is Leon. Yeah, can we revoke a county? So we could revoke that without being viewed as a tyrant. Problem is he'll rise up with other disgruntled vassals, so I don't think we want to do that yet. I think what we want to try and do is we want to let him get a bit older and then we'll get a hook on him. In fact, actually what we want to try and do is he really hates us. If you liked us slightly more... Nah, it wouldn't be enough to change it. I'm not giving him 150 gold. So Santiago is not... Because basically the Unite Spain title makes all of these part of Castile. Like a de jure part of Castile. So I can move my title to Santiago. And frankly I do suspect we might want to. Like I could move that while I'm not at war. But you can only move your realm capital once per lifetime. With one exception. Like the exception being that you can do it, you can move it to the rightful capital of the kingdom as long as you control it at any time. I can't lower the Crown Authority to high because we don't have the right innovations. Technically, we don't have the right innovations for absolute Crown Authority, but the United Spain decision gives it to you, which is why we need to fight to cling on to it, because the important thing with that is we can designate an heir, and that's going to be really critical to us for daughters. I mean, what I'm tempted to do is sanction Duke Nuno to allow him to fight wars, because if he goes for those, because I don't think he can even fight external wars now because of that. So yes, your vassals cannot wage any war unless they use a hook on their liege. What we'd really like is to get hold of that duchy, the whole of Portugal, for ourselves. I think there's a calculated risk to be had in letting him fight some wars. Because we could give him war sanctions, and we could knock his taxes up at the same time. The alternative is he's 48, so what we could actually do is give him war declaration, but we could force partition. I think maybe just having him back on normal would be useful. We can't anyway. Apparently he's already managed to change his stuff. So it'll only be when he dies. Would he let us educate his kid? He would if we hooked him. Let's get a hook going. Now we're 1 over our province limit, but I'm kind of inclined to let that slide. Maybe we don't keep hold of Leon, because we're going to get the... we probably should get hold of Leon. We really want that back. If we get a hook on him, he will definitely give us that. So who are we hooking at the moment? We're Duke Nono, and we're murdering our husband. Let's carry on murdering our husband. These really are not... That army is not doing anything useful, so let's get rid of them, because that puts us back into cash generation. Santiago is going to be pure money, money, money. So give me some hunting grounds there. That is going to be pure money, money, money. That's got fields already. Give me some pastoral lands. You have a bigger realm already at the moment than the end of your previous run. Yeah, exactly. Right, we're going to get a Liberty faction problem here. But I do think we can deal with that. And I think the way we can deal with that... That fires in 11 months. That's 13. His kid's 2. Right, that is not a matrilineal marriage. Remind me, chat, that that is not a matrilineal marriage. Is there anyone we can murder? I don't think there is. Not without incurring piety issues. We've already got piety issues, so let's not get any more. So that deals with our Liberty faction issues. For now, at least. Good idea, let's pin him. Right, chat, seriously, do not let me forget to break that betrothal. I mean, it doesn't matter, our daughter can murder him, but... In fact, actually, it doesn't matter, because we can designate heirs. Right, this might actually work out in our favour, because that's Basque counties. What we actually want to do is get this army out of there. Outrageous. Josh 905 redeemed a random book. Okay, let's go random book. Let's have a look. Random book, random book. Is it that one? No, not that one. I'm looking for a very specific book, which will be on these shelves somewhere. There it is. So, this is a later copy. I have got an actual second edition of this somewhere. This is called The Silent Cities. The Silent Cities was first published in 1929. And in 1929 was the point at which, by that point, a lot of the Commonwealth war graves had been finished. So the Imperial war graves, as they were then, were starting to be kind of put together. But you've got to remember that for a lot of these people who were, like, your average Brit could not afford to travel to France, so they couldn't afford to go to France and see where their kid was buried. So what you ended up with is this enormous demand for pictures of cemeteries, like just pictures of cemeteries saying that this is where my kid is buried. So what the Imperial War Graves Commission did was they commissioned this book, Silent Cities, and all it is just picture upon picture of all the different cemeteries. So you can kind of see there, with a little bit of text about them. And this book became an enormous bestseller, and they sold it at cost because it just meant that it was a way for parents and brothers and sisters who were never likely to get a chance to visit the grave of their father or their husband or their brother, just to at least get some snapshot, some little view of where that person was buried and what it might look like. And this was part of they weren't the only ones who did this, but one of the reasons they made this, the Imperial War Graves Commission made this, was because there was a bit of a cottage industry growing up of people who were doing shitty books that kind of covered this. It had become a bit of a cash-in thing. So you get people going, oh yeah, no, this book has got all the cemeteries in and all this, and then there'd be an advert in the paper and people would write off and they'd get it. And it'd just be terrible photos and all of that kind of stuff. So they were like, no, we need to put one together. So that's what they put together, and it's fascinating because it's just got all of those cemeteries in it. But yes, there you go. I have got some of the other books that they, the ones that you kind of like the other papers pulled together and things like that. They're on there as well. I'll pull one of them off later if someone else cashes one in. So yeah, it was about closure. That's what it was about. Right, we're going to pull this army back so that we can disband it, because I think we're going to fight this war. Because it's in our interest to fight this war. But I'd rather do it with all of my troops. Now, I think it's probably going to take us longer to disband that army. It'll probably be a 7-month wait. 6 months, so we might just about be able to rise it again. In time. No problem, the junkie. Thanks for watching. It's the kind of thing we do around here. Is so normally, obviously, I'm quite First World War focused today, but that's the nice thing, is we chat history and we do things. It was not what Garcia was hoping to find by spying on secret conversations, but discovering the truth about Suera's unusual habits does not hurt. Someone's got a deviant secret. Right, how long till this kicks off? Right, 4 months. He's contributing 26% of the soldiers. So I think if we can slap him down first, we're laughing. So let's wait till that hits 2 months, and then we're going to raise some troops. What? Oh, it's my husband, isn't it? King Siegmund is dead by the lethal bite of a deadly spider. Rip husband. That is another one to knock up. We have spidered 2 people to death. Use your spiders if you have them. Wave your spiders proudly. The command is updated. Aren't my troops in the HRE? They're not anymore. They are not anymore. And we are also single. I'm guessing we're not going to get a decent marriage for any alliance. That's just not going to happen. Because we are old. Old. But what we can do is marry this dude. Which is going to knock our domain up. Which, if we're lucky, is going to boost our soldier numbers. Right, 2 months, so we're going to need to raise these soon. Right, we're raising them now, and then we'll raise the rest. So, because remember, we're going to be able to call in our allies on this. Like, we can call in Duke Nuno. I'm surprised we can't negotiate an alliance with him. He's technically of our house. But whatever. Because if we can snipe some of their troops before they can all join up together, we're laughing. Because he should pull all of his troops together in Valladolid. And remembering that we can, at the moment at least, call in the King of Spain on our side. Munoz died of old age. Doesn't really matter who we pick for this, because that guy's going to rise up against us anyway, so you can have it. Now, we're still attempting to get a hook on Duke Nuno. We can't get a hook on this kid yet. Interestingly, he's in our line of succession, which is not surprising, really. Temperate's actually quite useful to us for her, because that's a stewardship boost. And stewardship's going to be the thing she struggles with. No, the betrothal's with Duke Nuno's kid. Not with the other guy. Well, you do get starting facts about the key characters. So you'll get little stories about key characters. You just don't get it about non-key characters, basically. Did that actually increase our chances? Because what I really want to do is break the... I will not be threatened. Right, let's see who rises. He's going to rise there, I guarantee you. Rally the troops! King Hugues, get in this war. We lost our steward, which is mildly annoying, but you can have it for now. Right, we're going to catch 600 troops there. Because we can do a substantial reallocation of titles with this. So that's him out of that war already. We've got a decent general in this as well. Right, if we can nab them without them getting reinforced, but they are going to beat us to there, but not now. Come on, die quickly. Beaten. Eraman's very existence is no insult to the name. We all have our shortcomings. Beaten. Actually, probably don't want to fight them in the mountains. Let's go for them. Let's go for that army that's running off. That's the retreating army. Let's go for that one. Remembering we've got the French inbound as well. Should still win that. So you do find that there are mines other than gold mines in the game. So for example, I do agree that it would be nice to have a few more in a few more places. Cagliari here has an Argenteria mining settlement. So I think what they need to do is put some more mines in, basically. Are there any mines in Spain? Because certainly in EU4 you get a couple down here, but I've never actually looked to see if there's any in Spain in this. Annoyingly, the Duke of Leon didn't rise up against us. Rip our Marshal. And probably make it the Duke of Asturias. we've got the French coming in now as well. But you can see how important it was to have our troops ready to essentially snipe that army. Because we've managed to prevent them ever joining up. And by preventing them from ever joining up, we're just smacking them around. And what we might actually do is just now go for the siege. Now, is it worth us briefly flipping our husband? No, it's not. Right, we now have a hook on Nuno. So I think we can reasonably safely break that vassalization, or that marriage, and then maybe even redo it. Can you post a map link? If you DM it to me, I can post it. I don't really want to do that. Good shot. Come here, you little rascal. Right, let's make it so that our kid is the only person in the entire game that we're actually nice to. French are about to get a siege. We're about to get that siege, which is essentially the war capital. Then we'll go deal with those dudes. I think the French might even deal with them for us. But let's go up and help them out. Diplomacy perk. We want Groom to rule. Oh, nice. She got all 3. We lucked out there. So she got 3 points of intrigue, which is good because it's going to counter the bad education stuff she's getting. I will take a weak hook on Count Vela. Awesome. Right, enforced demands. Right. That gives us our capital flip, because we can revoke his land. We can revoke that county. So that is going to give us our capital flip to there. Now, we arguably don't want to do it until... Well, we need to do it one of 2 ways. We either need to get hold of Leon. Did we get a hook on him in the end? We didn't. He probably would have accepted. If we got a hook on him, as long as he doesn't die in 13 months, we can do that. Map link. Yes, there's no mines in Spain. Interesting. Because there is a gold mine in there in EU4. There you go. There's a link for everyone else. Right, so we have lots of territory now that we can reallocate. And the nice thing is, as long as we can keep hold of absolute crown authority, what we can now do is essentially create lots of small vassals rather than big vassals to worry about. So, remembering that we want to keep hold of a bunch of this stuff, we need to have a think about which people we revoke territory from and which ones we don't. So, if we're keeping Castile as a duchy, the question comes whether we keep Castile as a duchy or Leon. Now, our historic capital is in Leon, so what we probably want to do is try and keep 3 titles, Galicia, Leon and Castile. But we're probably only going to have limited territory in Leon. But arguably only the capital. We'll probably even get rid of Zamora. So this stuff is the stuff we want to keep, and this is our temporary capital to flip culture. Now the question becomes, if we flip to Basque now, so let's move to there. That means we can now convert to local culture. Every close family member is going to flip as well. So our daughter's now Basque as well. Well, that's the beauty, is our vassals can't conquer neighbouring provinces, but I think what we do is we keep Portugal strong and we keep marrying into him. So we let Portugal be the one that kind of tries to grow, because Portugal has reasons to grow. So our kid is now Basque. What that means is if we can get Leon back, we will be able to move our capital there. Like, we could move it to Santiago, but I think we don't. But what we do want to do now that we're Basque is move to equal. And all powerful my vassals must approve in order to change any succession law. So we're probably not going to pull this off with her. Oh, and I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, but yeah, the Welcheca Caves are absolutely fantastic. If you've never been there, it's incredible. I could move the capital to Santiago when my daughter's on the throne. I can move it to Leon any time as long as I control the province. So what I'm hoping is we'll get that back off of the count. Now what we probably want to do is have a think about if there's any of these we want to keep hold of. Because he's got both of these. So I think actually what we're going to do is revoke. Like, we can revoke one of them, but not both. Might be able to revoke both, because he did rebel against us. You can now leave prison. Have fun. Have fun with your life now you have no titles. Right, who else rebelled against us? This dude rebelled against us. Have fun with your life. Who else rebelled against us? You, sir. You rebelled against us. And 10 gold. Yeah, go have fun. Vailichka. Oh yeah, we're gonna I strongly suspect we are going to do some murdering. Anyone else of these guys rebel against us? I don't think they did. We can actually leave our vassal of... We might even want to give him enough the ability to fight wars. I think that was everyone who rebelled against us, wasn't it? Because Dukey Boy didn't. You rebelled against us. So we only have 7 feudal vassals left now. Right, you. This betrothal we are breaking. No, he won't because it's his heir. But that's fine. We can deal with this. So, Velados. So Asturus up here didn't rebel against us, so he's still around. So in terms of duchies, Cantabria is still around, because Kiddo here didn't rebel, and his intelligence, so we probably want to keep him around. He might not be a bad one to marry then. Or at least shag. We'll probably shag him. Our daughter will. So Castile, Leon and Galicia are the 3 we'll keep. Vizcaya we will give out as a duchy, but we can't give it out yet. Bejar is not a great province, so Bejar, you can go to Velados as a reward for all of his hard work. We have a ton more counties to give out. That one we're going to keep because it's got stone quarries. Which means we probably want to lose at least one of these. Probably Montefaro. Have we got any guests who'd make good knights? Doesn't really matter if they're Basque. If I give my bastard some land, he will stop being my dynasty, so it doesn't really help me. So he's more useful to me as marriage fodder, basically. Right, we don't want to keep all of these. But what's got good stuff? I think we get rid of Segovia. And that we will grant to someone Basque. We want them to not be a ruler. And you can have it, Martin. Now, Zamoria is less useful to us because we're probably going to keep Leon and not much else around here. So you can have that. No, they lose their dynasty. They don't make a cadet branch. Now the thing is, if you can get around it by doing a matrilineal marriage, or if you give it to their kid after they've been, as long as they stay unlanded until they have a kid, the kid gets the dynasty, and then you can just give the kid land. So you can go for like your grandkid, but not your kid. Now Vicasia we're going to get rid of, so I really need to shed one more province. These ones I think we're going to keep. We've got 3 there. It kind of comes down to whether we only keep the capital of Leon. and the duchy associated with it, and maybe we just do that. Because Benevente isn't that great. It's only 2 things. Let's give Benevente out to a Basque person. Yeah, what I mean is, if your daughter gets a title and she's illegitimate, she doesn't give up the dynasty. What we could really do with is him having a second kid, which now he's shagging a 16-year-old is relatively likely. We will accept that because money is good. And what we probably want to be doing... So, Burgos is the de jure capital of Castile, so we can move back. So we can just dump it back. That's perfect. So we go back to Burgos, which means we can give Vizcaya to someone Basque. Yeah, the Duke of Portugal's fighting against... I presume he's got an independent liberty war going. Yeah, war against the tyranny of Duke Nuno, so they're trying to become independent of him. So, do we have any of our rivals in prison? We do have the Count of Monterrey. And presumably we can revoke his title, because he's a criminal. And then we'll ransom him. Never forget to ransom people immediately after you've titled them, because they still have all of their cash. They don't have any land, that's all. You're not the worst human in the world, so you can have that one. We do now want to get some cultural conversion going on, so let's get some cultural conversion going on there. Where do we want to do this? Valladolid. Yeah, we don't have a physician at the moment. So yeah, so our next mission, but which we can do, we'll just, I know how we'll do it. Like, we won't be able to do it, probably won't be able to do it with her. Because we're just not going to be able to counteract these penalties. We might be able to. Because they basically have to approve it. I mean, we don't have the prestige to do it anyway, so... But what we do have now is a relatively stable kingdom and a pot of gold with which to build some buildings. So, capital's back in Burgos. We're doing cultural conversions. I think Castile will be our troop thing, because I think a lot of the buildings around there are already kind of optimized around it that we're controlling. So, we will build barracks there. And then we should probably actually check our men-at-arms. So we've got Caballeros, Pikemen, Armoured Footmen. Increase those to size 2. Knock them up to 5. So we've got 2 prisoners that can be ransomed. 10 gold is better than no gold. We're not endorsed by a bishop. What a shocker. Let's sway him. Come on. Get a prego. I think our fascination should be alright, because we're on... Have we gone back to Burrs? We were on bailiffs. I mean, Burrs isn't bad for us. But I thought we were looking at bailiffs. Oh, it's because we're now Basque. We've flipped cultures, haven't we? So we haven't got us all of the Castilian ones. Armoured horsemen would be nice to get, but I think... Let's stick with Burrs. Basically, Castilian culture is already high medieval, so it's actually technically ahead of us. So we are going to need to do a bit of a culture push in between murdering people. Right, Duke Nuno sorted his issues out, so that's good. Count Gutierrez can do one. That'll change once we flip back. It's because we technically don't control any Basque provinces at the moment. Thy Wolf! Thank you very much for the follow. It is appreciated. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Oh, interesting. Duke Nuno's going for that one. I mean, we'd win it, so we could actually then put someone more amenable to us on the throne there. Which would be no bad thing. I mean, she's probably going to have to die. Or we hook him into marrying us again. Because he'll still accept that. Actually, we should do that. And then she should probably die. Right. What else do we need to do? So we're getting a hook on him so we can revoke Leon. Yeah, I'm not sure a pilgrimage gains us much though, because, okay, it's going to push us into positive piety, but we're not going to get up to a level where we can do anything useful with it. And we've not hit the era of crusades yet, so I'm almost more inclined to save the cash, or rather dump it on buildings. Getting more levies is more of our priority at the moment. Wouldn't mind being able to invite someone into that scheme. That'll help. Yeah, 58, we'll go for that. Building the cathedral would be very nice. We need a ton of gold for it though. What I'd really like to do is get our levy totals to above 5,000. Go on, fight a war against these guys. Oh, we can't because we couldn't modify his contract, could we? I'm actually going to take the faith on that because we don't need the extra chance, and it does knock us closer to not being negative faith. Or it could, you know, just run round on us again. Now, is he in our kingdom? He's not, so I can't give him a title. I would have given him another title. Right, we are now 1 over our domain limit. Yeah, we could do some kidnaps. That's a good idea, actually. We could do some kidnaps and ransoms. So we should maybe consider giving away 1 more place. But I don't think we want to. I think 8 is roughly what we want to kind of try and hold. But it is going to be hard. I mean, we are getting 10 from our spouse on that. See, we'd need 3 more on top of that to get an extra 1. I think maybe we just stay 1 above the limit. Because we can't flip off of diplomacy yet. If you want me to add death by dungeon as a figure, if someone wants to work out or take a guess at how many people we've killed in the dungeon, I will happily add death by dungeon to our the spider count. We'll just basically have it as God killed X people. Yeah, see, this is what I suspected was going to happen. We're going to get Holy Ward at various points. But at least we can call in the French. This is why I kind of want us to have troop numbers. It's also why we should probably start murdering some Islamic rulers. I'm just leaving this off until we get 100. Because we're not really going to do anything until the French turn up anyway. In fact, I'm half tempted to just concede this war. One of my agents has acquired a deadly spider and arranged for a servant to hide it in Christina's bed before dark. All they need is my go-ahead and she'll be as good as dead the moment your spider starts. Christina is dead by the lethal bite of a spider. Oh dear, how sad. Let me update the command. Doing well with spiders today. Wave your spiders if you've got them. Wave your spiders if you have got them, chat. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do, is we need to take this opportunity, given that we can plot against them, to just start splitting some of these kingdoms up. As long as we don't leave them vulnerable down there, which we shouldn't do. Because we're at war with all 3 of these at the moment, so there's a chance we'll get them in prison anyway. Might as well. See, that's the Republic one that's going to screw us. We just need Cordoba not to get done this way. one more month tick. Right, that'll do. Let's raise some troops. Because the French should now be in the region. They are, they're lurking there. Hey Frenchies, do you want to land? Now, I'm not convinced we'll win this. And the French don't seem to show any desire to assist us, so that's probably not going to win. No, we're not going to win this war. Have a province. All we'd be doing is losing troops and making ourselves vulnerable to other wars, so let's not do it. We'll get it back later. But this is why I'm boosting our troop numbers and prioritising that, is we need to look far more threatening than we actually do. Like, we don't even necessarily need to worry too much about raising them. More spider deaths. Oh, we didn't manage to kill him. That's annoying. Can we abduct him? Nope. You probably need murdering. And you probably need murdering. So we can create these titles and probably should. He's 7, so we need to unbetroth him. Have you had another kid yet? Pop out another sprog. Ooh, she's preggo. She's ill, but she's preggo. Let's pay a hunter. How are we looking on... You should really like us, dude. No, he didn't like the carpet. A decent chance on both of them, though. Yeah, this is the one that worries me. My agents are in place. One of them will pay the assassin the very night the deed will happen. Another will ensure the wall is unguarded. A third will leave a subtle trail of candles to Amir Yaha's bedchamber. Everything is in place. It seems to have been difficult to get Amir Yah by himself, but once the assassin finally did, he was not long for this world. People think I did it. I wonder why people think I did it. Assassinated. One person. Command updated. We are actually surprisingly low on deaths at the moment. Has to be said. As soon as we get this, I think we're flipping. So we'll take Thoughtful. Because we haven't got any kids, we could go... It's not worth us going for that. I think we'll just push to money generation. Because if we go domain focus, that's actually going to push us up enough on the stewardship. I think... Oh, 16, we'd be one off. That's really annoying. Oh no, how sad. Amir Muhammad is dead. Death by forest. Death by forest. Child ruler, that makes things easier. This guy needs to die as well. His primary heir does not have land. Let's see if we can abduct him. I know it's low chance, but you never know. Well, we've got a 1 in 4 chance of abducting him, and that's assuming we don't get any events that also boost it. And if we take Thoughtful... See, that's not going to help us, because we're still going to be 1 short. I'm not quite sure. Have you picked up a nasty... Oh, you're infirm. That's what's doing it. Time for a new husband, I think. Hello, 19 is very good. But he's probably going to die before us anyway, so we do want a younger husband. His lands are going to split, aren't they? He's got a duchy title. So he's going to get 1. He's going to get the other one. He's going to get another one. Yeah, let's try our abduction scheme and see if it works. And then we'll murder him. Because we can't murder this dude again. It's entirely possible this dude declares war on us, which is annoying. You will join the scheme now. This is why, by the way, this is why Thoughtful is a really good trait to take if you're doing this kind of stuff, because the opinion gain from Send Gift is plus 100%. So it actually gives you a bit of a secret boost to getting people to be agents in your plots. I think we are going to flip to domain focus. Wondering, how do you take over lands without war? Well. Intercepting comms. Yeah. Short version. You make sure that they're Catholic. Ideally with, not with male succession. Male-only succession. And then you murder your way to getting the titles. But given that most of this territory is Islamic with titles that don't line up our way, we're going to have to do an awful lot of abducting and converting unlanded heirs, and then making sure they inherit things, and then persuading them that they should swear fealty to us. Which will be a hell of a lot easier once we get to Spanish Empire status, but we are a long way off that. Essentially, if we can get to the point where we can create a Hispania, we can steamroll this. But we are barely halfway there at the moment. Crusades as well, if we can, which we won't be able to do with this ruler, but if we can make sure we've got enough piety banked with other rulers that we can divert crusades to where we need them. Every courtier. Don't really want a fish pond. We're at max abduction on that already. So the Catholic states on the peninsula are the Sheikdom of Barcelona and the Emirate of Barcelona is no longer. So it's just Barcelona. The issue we have that is that this will be male-only succession. Oh, it's male preference. Interesting. So we could still take Barcelona. So this dude has no land. If Daddy Dear here was to die, he is going to inherit. And Daddy Dear here should die. Flamboyant Trickster. Oh, fuck off with Chased. We got terrible traits for what we want to do with her. Ugh. That's annoying. Not particularly worried about them. Culture conversion finishes in 8 months. No land makes a difference because you cannot convert someone. You can't force someone who has land to convert religion if they're not your vassal. So you can't force a foreign ruler who you have imprisoned to convert. But I can force him to convert. I can do all of those things like that. And in fact, if his wife was to suffer a vicious and horrible accident. So he's now an Andalusian Catholic. Gonna need to break this betrothal soonish, because yeah, you're right, we need to get her popping out some sprogs. Rip our husband! Oh dear, how sad. The command is updated. Was it duck? Was it duck or poison? Do I need to up the duck count? I will up the duck count. And remove the poisoned. Killed 2 people with ducks. Saved. Right, we are actually going to try something clever. Boo, no one wants in. Oh, come on. Right, there's basically no reason unless he's going to come in, and he's 191, so he's not going to come in. Right, first things first, we need a new husband. Congratulations, Ivar. That pushes us up to 8, which is what we wanted. He has had more boys. We're not marrying an ugly kid. Well, we wouldn't. There was no way we're going to get good alliances out of that because out of our own marriage, because we're too old. But what I really want to do now, something to think about. If he has If he already has a county within our realm, and he inherits a duchy outside of our realm, but which therefore doesn't eclipse our kingdom rank title, does he become our vassal? Because that's the million-dollar question here. But I thought they only left the realm if it was an equal or higher title. No, because the title stays, doesn't it? Because we're on high authority. So the title will stay, but he won't. His title will go to someone else, and he will become the Duke of whatever. Well, what I wanted to do was kill his wife and then marry him to our daughter. But that scheme got discovered, which screwed us over. And no one else seems to want to kidnap her. Or we fabricate a hook on her, and then we invite her to our kingdom. Probably want to kill his daughter. But if he's already a duke, yes, because then he would. But would he then? Would his title stay with us though, or would he just? Because if the existing dukedom would be his primary title, he wouldn't switch primary title. So would he then become one of our vassals with 2 titles? So if we can make him a duke, we can keep him. So what do we make him a duke of? Don't want to give him Portugal. You did it recently and it worked. Vizcaya is the obvious one, because it's tiny. And it doesn't exist. I don't think the Empire title should matter, because Kingdom outranks all you've got to do is outrank the existing title. So unless he created that guy down here managed to somehow create the Kingdom of Badajoz and go full kingdom, we'd be fine. And I don't think he will. Let's deal with these fools. We only need men at arms for this. Right, we need a claim on Vizcaya and we need a hook on you. Five years, dude. I mean, Navarra would do it. I am the primary heir to Vizcaya. So we could try and marry into that. I don't think he'll marry her though. Because it'd be matrilineal. We'd want a matrilineal one and he wouldn't go for a matrilineal one.
Good morning.
Sonahedron! Thank you very much for the 6 months subscription. That's very generous of you. I mean, we kind of want that to kick off. Because that's going to free up Asturias and Vizcaya anyway. So actually we just want to bank cash for that. Like, we want this faction to kick off and then we'll slap them around. This guy should... I can't believe this guy doesn't like us. It's not like we're a deceitful, fornicating murderer or anything. I don't know who you are, but fine. Right, how close are they to kicking off? 3 months. Okay. Who's going to have big contributions? He contributes 23%. 8%. 13%. I think we go after him first. Because we can go through Vizcaya to get to him. Come on, kid. You know you want to. Demand the title. I will not be threatened. Rally the troops! Right, we need to break that soon, though. Do crusades count as offensive wars? Well, they are offensive wars, but they're not wars I start. So yes, one of our key tools is going to be trying to persuade crusades to take bits of Spain instead of going anywhere else. So diverting crusades is a key thing for us. Oh, I'm going to try and go for this. And you're trying to go for them as well. I think they're going to try and join up, so we'll try and stop them joining up. We now have Vizcaya in our hands. We can revoke his title. He's a criminal. He rebelled against us. He'll just stay in prison for now then. 5 years, man. Can we not just kill the priest? Yeah, I kind of need the war to finish. I think then it counts as a Right, we're going to slap these dudes around because they're going to keep wandering around over there. You've got a general, you don't, but it doesn't really matter. Right, we ended our scheme to abduct her. So let's try and fabricate a hook on her. Because if we had a hook, we can invite her to court. And if she's in our court, we can imprison her and murder her. Although, to be fair, we don't need to do that if we'd managed to land him up with something in our territory. We should call the French in on this. Do you want to come give us a hand? I do need a marshal, you're right. I also need a steward. You can be my marshal. And I'll tell you what, Duke Nuno, just for a while you can be that. To be honest, we'd be in a lot of trouble if we weren't keeping this marriage alliance, so we might actually have to marry ourselves to one of his stupid sons. In fact, that's probably worth doing. We don't want the ugly kid. It's going to have to be Mendo here. I think keeping Portugal, essentially the Duchy of Portugal, separate but strong. Oh shit, our daughter is here, ill. That's not good news. Can we get a dock? Costs us a ton of gold, but he's worth it. We can always ransom some people. Can we kill you again yet? Can we abduct you? Well, it's worth a go. We can ransom some prisoners. You can get ransom for 30. 10. Off you go, Neil. France, can you just stay sieging that down, please? In fact, we might just have to go and siege that down. 'Cause if we siege that down, we'll win the war. Yeah, I kind of want this war over as quickly as possible, though. CGG Mark! Thank you very much for the follow. I really wish this was like EU4 and you could just kind of tell people to do shit. We have a strong hook on her. Right, we've now got plenty of gold, so let's just go siege this down and get this war done. Because this siege should fall before they do anything useful up here. Probably demand payments for hooks. Because then we can just start fabricating hooks on like everyone. Cashing them in. We need to start thinking about stashing cash because we are going to die at some point in the not too distant future. Air's better. Right. We're going to give Vizcaya so the dude actually died in prison anyway. So we need to be able to create that duchy before we give it to him. So let's do some title removal and ransoming. So you are definitely losing your titles. And you don't have any cash. I think you can just stay in prison. I mean, yeah, we could get him to renounce it so that he can't come back for it. We get him to renounce and then we could give... Actually, that's what we'll do. Because that's actually weirdly useful to us. Right, you are definitely giving us your title. And then you can ransom yourself. Which gives us enough to create the Duchy of Vizcaya. Which we can now give to you. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is we give him, because he's of our dynasty, we're going to give him a county under ourselves. Get your arse back to court. Congratulations on having the county of Vizcaya. And congratulations on being the Duke of Vizcaya. So this is the one to watch to see if this works. And now we need this dude to die. I mean, we kind of want his brothers to die as well. And one brother's dead already, so that's fine. So it's only that brother we've got to worry about. Because if this works, this will be amazing. Crazy that this guy is this guy's heir. Like, it's just basically because he's not got any kids, it's having to just give it to some rando within his territory. Yeah, I couldn't, because he didn't actually have just a claim on it. I couldn't give it to him without bringing him over. He's actually not a bad steward, so tempted to kind of flip Duke Nuno out, because Duke Nuno's allied to us. There's nothing he can do anyway. And do some cultural conversion on Santiago. If we're really lucky, he'll go Basque. Right, you rebelled against me, so you can give me your title. You can then be ransomed. And I think that's the title we give to the lad of our dynasty. What was his name? You. It's allied to Prince Malcolm of Scotland. Because we've got to had to give it to someone. We do have an opportunity to... Yeah, I've given him the duchy. Yes, that's the hope, Tom122, is what we're hoping is, because we've flipped this dude to Catholic, given him an equivalent rank title to what he's going to inherit from here, that this territory should join us rather than the other way around. That he shouldn't split off because we have a superior title. That's what we're hoping, anyway. Really do with this dude dying. If I can't kill him, maybe I can kill him. We can at least screw with his alliances. So we need to give up. We need to create a new Duke of Navarra. So who do we make Duke of Navarra? Probably just someone with decent skills. Or maybe a baby. Yeah, we're filtering to Basque because we kind of want Basque people. Because then we'll have the shared culture bonus. We should give him to dealer as well. Because remembering that they can't fight wars, because we've managed to keep it on high, we can give him that, and then we can make him Duke of Navarra. Which I think technically is Najira as well, so we just give that to anyone Basque, so you can have that. And then we just transfer them over. So he fucking loves us now. So that drops us down to 9. So what's the last one we've got? Oh, Oviedo. Now Oviedo is technically part of... So we could take his title off of him. Because we could repeat the same trick. If we can find someone else who's got a kid we can abduct. I bet we can't. Because he's already got a sheikdom. What about you? We could abduct you. Who are we trying to abduct at the moment? Let's stop. Let's cancel that scheme. Let's see if we can abduct you. Anyone who isn't actually landed gets dumped out. Oh. I will have to pause in a minute as my Ocado order is here. My Ocado order is here, chap. There's a demand payment for that. Mayors can indeed be ransomed, because there's not much point keeping them around. Off you go, Sancho. Now, where's Tui? I mean, we might be tempted just to ransom him. But I'm better off revoking it. Can we give it to Ladron? There you go, Ladron, have some land. Yeah, I could probably have kind of waited for the 100, but... See, I think we can repeat the same trick here. Alright, back in a second, chat. Just gonna go get my Ocado order. And we are back. Ocado order has successfully been received. So what I'm thinking is, if we can pull it off, so we do want to be starting to stash gold, because we are on the verge of death here. So we just want to actually arguably just keep stashing gold. But if we can pull off this kidnap, we'd be laughing. What's our husband's intrigue? Not great. How much are you going to cost to join? Alright, we'll get you in. So he's our rival. But there's a fair bit of gold. Yeah, I did accidentally give a title to my court position, which is bloody annoying. But because I think we kind of want to be thinking of dying sooner rather than later. But this kingdom needs breaking up, something chronic. And the good news is he's got a whole bunch of boys, so as soon as we can kill him, we will kill him. It's 1096 for 4 years, so we might not live that long, but we'll see. But if this works, so the reason I'm doing this is we might be able to pull another, like our ducal trick here, if we can abduct him. You two should absolutely marry, because that's our alliance locked in. France male inheritance only? It is male only partition. Arseholes. How misogynistic. I don't really need map surroundings. Just kill him. How do you take hostile land without declaring war? Well, you may be about to witness it. For a start, you'll notice that Portugal has just grown. In fact, I think you have just witnessed it. Yep, we have just grown. How do you take hostile land without war? So, meet Duke Fadl of the Mohammed Duchy. Duke Fadl was the heir to this territory around here. He was also unlanded. That meant I could kidnap him. And once I'd kidnapped him, because he was unlanded, it meant that I could force him to convert to Christianity. The moment he was Christian, I gave him a duchy within my own territory. That meant that when his father died and he just inherited that territory, because he was already a duke within my territory, his new territory became part of my kingdom as well. And thus Castile has grown. So the short answer is lots of murder and plotting. And being very, very sneaky. "5D chess indeed." But you've got to admit it works. So the trick is, what we're doing is we need to keep the Muslim kingdoms small. Good shout. Let's get this converted. So that we can look for opportunities to steal ducal level kingdoms. Because what we don't want is them becoming big enough to become kingdoms. Kingdoms are problematic for us. And you need extra duchies to hand out, exactly. So essentially we have too many duchies at the moment, or rather we can create duchies, because we currently have in prison the Duke of Asturias, didn't we? Did we take that? What one was it? We had another dukedom that we had in prison. I'm sure we had another dukedom. Maybe not. Exactly, and then if he happens to revolt, well then we just take the title off of him. So it does mean we need to make sure we do have strong units of our own. And actually we're going to up these again. That looks like a tunnel we can use. So this is another one we could potentially do it with, if we can manage to abduct him. But I don't think we'll pull this off, but we'll see. Oh, we're going for spiders again. Oh shit, we pulled it off. Right, so this kid is the heir to something. Or rather, he's the second in line to something, and I can't work out what. Was it Algarve? There it is. It's this one. So if this kid dies, and we killed that guy's ally, so he's a bit weaker now, because I am worried about him. This is our big potential issue, is him declaring war on us. We really need this kingdom broken up, but we can't kill him again yet. We need to stick some... That was more spiders, wasn't it? We have spidered 4 people to death. So you can see already that this attempt is going much better than the last attempt. Which is probably the worst thing I could have said, because now watch our daughter die. We've got 10 years until she marries him, so we could really do with being the daughter on the throne now, so we're not going to spend any more money. The only thing we're going to spend money on is we can create titles. But what we really want is to get back one of our titles that we can use for giving out again. So we could take Duke Faddy's title off of him. Probably not. Actually, is he heir to anything else? Ho 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 ho! If that kid dies, and that kid dies... no, thanks for heads up. We have actually already broken that, and we've instead pledged to his other kid. Let the murders begin. Anyone want in? Come on. Who doesn't want to kill a kid? You can't create a kingdom unless you're an independent ruler. The create kingdom decision. Someone look it up for me, but I'm pretty certain I'm right. You can't use the create kingdom decision unless unless you're an independent ruler. Now you can inherit out of it, because it will create a kingdom rank and inherit you out of it if you're not careful. Right, we are going to stash gold now, not least because we quite like to build in Santiago. Right, you can now be convinced. Come join this plot. Shit. That's annoying. There's one thing Sheikh Ibrahim in particular cannot resist, it's his favourite treat. His next snack will be 1 part marzipan and 1 part potent poison, forgotten by my agent in front of the child. Bon appetit. God damn it, a dog stole his marzipan. Keep trying. This one we might cycle, because I think there's a chance we can get some more people involved. Like this dude. Ugh. A bit of a waste of money. Oh no, someone joined him. Come on, RNG, for once, favour us. God damn it. So we might try for the abduction, but let's build up some gold first. Because we're going to need some help on this. Like, how is he fucking discovering these constantly? Goddamn kid. Someone kill him. Someone who isn't me, kill him. Oh, can we increase control again? Good shout. Increase control in... there. We have the worst priest as well. I mean, we're sat on collect taxes, so collect tax efficiency. Sheikh Ibrahim's time has come. All things fall eventually. Kingdoms, ladies, children pushed from high places. A tragedy, truly. Oh dear, how sad. Sheikh Ibrahim is dead. They found his mangled corpse on the ground, candies scattered around on the ground around him. So what do we call that one? Killed with sweeties? Gravity sweets. I like gravity sweets. Killed one person with gravity sweets. Because that differentiates it from poison sweets. Wave your murder spiders if you've got them. So basically the only thing standing between us and inheriting this territory is this kid. Who oddly doesn't want to be my vassal. Can't imagine why he doesn't want to be my vassal. We can't murder him for another 10 years. Yeah, you can have your wife back. Unlooping Fool, thank you very much for the follow. Ickle Matt, thank you very much for the follow. And Rainstorm, thank you very much for the follow. I apologise for missing those. Was that while I was out getting stuff? Oh shit, Crusader King's time. So we'd really like to be able to divert a crusade for this dude. Can we murder him again yet? I'm really worried about him. Next year. We really need to murder this guy and split up his kingdom. Yeah, we're not going to live much longer. Yeah, we're going to die very shortly. Which means we are going to have to give some titles away when we die, but that's fine. Stash the cash, stash the cash. Yeah, Aragon's an option. We've got options. Oh, thank you very much for following Unlooping Fool. It's nice to hear you're enjoying it. I mean, there's no real benefit to us in doing that. We're almost dead anyway. And it's not like it's going to push us into that. If we're lucky, we'll die before it starts. Because if we die before it starts, then we can join as her, who we would be able to get enough piety to divert it. This is essentially a race for death. Which we can assist because we can flagellate. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. How do you make sure your main heir is a female? So there's a couple of ways with you doing to do this. So the first one we've got going for us is by managing to keep hold of the Castile when the Form Castile decision kicks in. So the Unite the Kingdoms, which is fired, pushes us onto absolute crown authority. And absolute crown authority allows us to designate an heir. The other thing we're doing is imprisoning and disinheriting when we need to. But we can also, shortly and hopefully with our next ruler, one of the reasons we've converted to Basque as a culture is Basque allows equal partition. And yes, it turns out that if you put your babies, your children in jail, and God kills them, well, that's God killing them, not you. Do we have time for one last murder fling? I don't think we do. We really need to die. There we go. Chat, can I get some Fs? Can I get some Fs in chat, please, for Queen Urarka I? She has found peace in Christ's embrace at 63 years of age. She died from her wounds, a shameless fornicator. She will be remembered for her uncontrollable and insidious lust. Queen Urarka ascends to the throne, loyal to her spouse and family. Urarka is certain to place the good of her dynasty above all personal concerns. Well, I think Queen Urarka I did well there, considering she started as a county. So remembering we started as a single county and rose to take the entirety of Castile, and have apparently decided that we are now primarily Navarra, so let's not do that. Ooh, hang on, no. No, it's still male preference. So let's get back to being Castile, shall we? Right. In 1 month, and that launches in H months, we can divert the crusade. We've still got our Portugal alliance. What track did we go down? We started on the right track. We definitely want to go with Temptation, because we need to pop out some sprogs. Because we need to get some sexy times going on. Because we are 23 already, and we've got another 8 years until we can start having kids. In the meantime, you can have your position back. I think again 21. Could do with him liking us. What do you mean not rightful liege? Duke Bernardo, you can have that. And can you promote culture in Santiago, please? Marshal. You. Now my main issue here is we might get Liberty Ward and lose it. That increases garrison size. I think we do go for control. Oh no, actually we don't, because it's not really our territory that's got control issues. The main issue we've got is we're down to 5 provinces until we marry. Hello Stampeding Fox, welcome to the stream. We are in a precarious position here, chat. We don't have any prisoners. Don't really want to break that. We might lose our high authority. If we do, we do. There's nothing we can do about it. Right. Pledge through Crusade. You're our beneficiary. And we want to redirect the war. And we want you to go after the Kingdom of Andalusia. Thank you for watching the stream, Back Propagate. Now the thing we can do is murder you, but how are you free? You shouldn't have just been released. You were in our prison. Why are you free again? Why did it release all our prisoners? I know we're massively above our domain limit, but I think we've kind of got to stay there. Mind you, he's only going to give us 7. So that's going to pop us up to 13. It's only going to give us +1, so we're going to have to get rid of some stuff anyway. Let's get rid of Oviedo, because we don't really need it. We're not going to be in a position to do... By the time we're in a position to do more ducal shenanigans, maybe Soria, temporarily at least. That'll push us up to 6 when we get married, so that'll be fine. We'll get away with that. Well, I think part of it is you just get used to learning them over time. Chancellor... I mean, you... And try and make people like me. I mean, if that doesn't pick up more strength, we can beat it. We've got cash. See, I'd seduce him if he didn't have lover's pox. I thought he might go for an independence faction at some point. $5 months. Crusade is underway. If nothing else, that's going to keep these guys distracted for a while. Let's just check there's no one cheap that we can invite in. I think that's worth it because it does tick it up into more percentage chances. $4 months. Who's the biggest contributor? Biggest contributor is Cantabria. And Cantabria is this guy. So we'll be raising here. We could create the Duchy of Castile, which would give us a prestige boost, but I think we'll wait till after the war. Now, I've no idea if we'll win this crusade or not, but I don't really care. Like, if we win the crusade, brilliant. If we don't... Right, he is not actually going to kick off if they're in his territory. Do we have any decent knights as guests? I mean, we're full on... Oh, he is very nice. 45. I know we're losing dollar, but that's worth it. You're definitely a knight. Come on. You know you want to. Spiola331, thank you very much for the follow. I tip my invisible Panama hat to you and to you, Machine Tinkerer, and to you, Fisherton. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Come on, kick off. I don't want to keep his armies raised for too long. Thing is, I know he'd do it if... Oviedo isn't one of the people who can rise, are they? Are Oviedo in it? No, Pravia's in it. So he should go. He should fire. try hopping 2 provinces away from his border. Rip the Emir of Astavu. Let's not murder that kid yet. Oh shit, hang on. How did he die? Did anyone see how he died? I didn't look, because I was too busy thinking about this frickin' rebellion. Because then we can add it to the list. Was it another spider? We're doing well with spiders today. We have used a lot of spiders today, chat. That is updated. Command is updated. Don't keep me hanging, boys. Fire your shitty little faction rebellion. County of Amaya. Is there anyone here we can kill off that'll put a kid on the throne? You. Let's not murder you. We're blatantly going to lose this crusade. So what I'm going to have to do is just go and get involved in this crusade. At least that would give us some people to ransom. Or not. Let's not get involved in that. That seems like a good way to die. I'm going to have to disband these guys, which I really don't want to do. My brother Domingo is looking for romance. I'm going flirtatious because that increases our chance of... We're not doing a very good job of swaying this guy. At least our priest almost likes us now. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to win that crusade. It's almost lost already. But at least it distracted him for a while. And our flagellant wounded Emir of whatever here. You're new though. No allies, that's nice. They really should have fired by now. Right, we're going to have to take enticing opportunity. I mean, the problem is, can we even seduce? Because we're chased. No, we can still. Right, find me a sexy genius. who is male. And not a ruler. And a seducer. No, not romance, seduce. Yeah, the Crusade problem was that by the time all the Crusader armies turned up, the Muslim armies could gather quicker. And so they gathered quicker and just spanged the shit out of all the little Crusader armies as they turned up. He is a charismatic negotiator. Yeah, basically, because I'm trying to seduce as chaste, I get a ton of we are still very precariously positioned, but at least we've got some money back in the bank. Let's get some smouldering chemistry going on. Can you reduce some stress? I can reduce stress. I don't want to reduce stress because we've got this dangerous faction lurking, and we know our armies cost 16 gold a month to keep in the field. Get your arse into court. And put a baby in our belly. Santiago's converted. Give me Leon next. What we really want to do is get up to about 100k and 10k in troops. Because if we can get up to 10k in troops, we're safe. No one can touch us. Convert faith. So that guy I'd really like to murder, but right now we're going to have to go to war. Right, we've got this. We just have to stop people linking up. I can call you in, apparently. For 75 renowned. Yeah, why not? Got him. Got them. Power at a point. Yeah, 10k and a holy order. Oh! That's what we wanted. That's an Araka. Don't let him get away. Stop running away, you little fuckers. We don't mind Duke Faddle liking us. In fact, it'd be quite handy if Duke Faddle liked us. You can be our marshal. Male preference. Nice. Now, has he... That's male only. But we're not that fussed about that. So that is our potential heir. Right, who's technically in charge of this rebellion these days? Count Freya of Avia. Which is Pravia, Monterey, Avia. Now, do we legitimize her? We probably should legitimize her just in case, because this run is going well. Someone just completed a task. I feel like we do legitimize her. Because we're going to keep High Crown authority. So we can designate. And we can always disinherit. This is the guy we need to murder. If we can kill him, we're laughing. Rakish! Yes, please. That's an intrigue boost. Or we go irritable, which gives us more prowess. Go rakish. We are a rakish traced lady. We're all about the rakish chasteness. Now I think we don't go weeds in the garden now, we just go swift execution and job done right. And then we might actually flip to stewardship. Yeah, basically she likes it but feels bad after. Okay, go kill them. And we must have someone we can ransom. We could ask Head of Faith for gold, but we kind of also sort of want to aim for a holy order, don't we? I don't know if we get to founding a holy order. We need to be... We only need to be devoted servant for it. We should be able to get devoted servant. Because we are actually piety positive, even with our fornicator trait. Where's our capital? Our capital is in Burgos, which is the historic capital of Castile, so I'm kind of fine with it being there. So I think we get job done right, and then we're flipping. We are going to have to ransom someone. Now, mayors we can ransom. There's no benefit to us keeping mayors in jail. I honestly think our biggest risk at the moment is getting warred on by the Muslim countries. Wouldn't mind an alliance with King Hughes still. I mean, we could marry our daughter off just for a strategic alliance for now. Might not be a bad idea. Because they can't jihad us yet, but they will be able to at some point. Could do with him being dead as well. Basically, that guy dies, we get a ton of territory. No, don't do that. Walk. Don't want anyone trying to seduce me. Because, yeah, they can't jihad me yet, but I am prime jihad territory once they can jihad. %65% chance I gain dread and weak hooks. That will do nicely. He doesn't actually dislike me that much because he's minus 34. You know what we should do? I mean, his titles are going to split up anyway. Because he's got 2 sons. So that's fine. I mean, I could move the capital to Santiago, but I'm not sure it gives us much benefit in the grand scheme of things. Like, as long as he's got that hook, he can't join a faction, I think. No, he's quite happy not being in a faction. The good news is he's on stewardship focus, so he's going to pick up at least 1 more. Let's say he picks up 3 more, so he goes up to 12. That jumps us up to 18. So we will be able to hold our 7. Mattis Yahoo! Thank you very much for the follow. Right, what we should do... So let's work out what we want to do with everyone who's in jail. So Duke Bernardo loses his title. There's no reason not to just revoke his title from him. Oh, come on, he rebelled against me. How is that not a valid cause for taking titles off of him? That's outrageous. You better just give me some gold then. How are we still losing gold? Who else is in prison? I presume you're the wife. So you can get ransomed. Then you only have 49 gold. I can revoke your title. So we will revoke your title. Which means Avia gets a new ruler. Who at least likes me. You just get ransomed. You get ransomed. Et tu, Count Ladron. Et tu. I'm actually going to ransom you, because that's gold. And Count Antuso, we will revoke your title. Which he was Monterey, wasn't he? That can go to you. I'd really quite like you to like me. I know, it's because of the High Crown Authority. It's the other reason we desperately need to get to a point where we can change this. Because if we can go equal preference, then we'll lose the negative bonus bits. Now, annoyingly, if we'd kept Duke Bernardo in prison, I think we need to seduce this guy. Oh no, he doesn't. He's not a particularly big fan of women. Right, so we're cash positive. Domain is back down to a reasonable level. Count Fernando of Pravia, will revoke your title. Pravia is up here. That can go to you. And Count Martin, vassal and evil lackey. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to revoke your title. I don't think hooks count in terms of dealing with succession. Where's that one we just yoinked? That's this one. So basically we need to get everyone into positive, which isn't impossible. If we go down the stewardship arm, that'll do it. And then just put them onto the right stuff, it'll be fine. Killing this guy is our mission. I wonder if anyone will come in on it. But there's basically no point doing it until we get a job done right, and then we'll give it a go. I think that's the point we'll try that. Yeah, no, the ex-Muslim guy's like, yeah, no, I'm all in favour of equal rights. Even though, like, literally he's the only person who has a male-only title within the kingdom. But that is for next week. Well, I think we can agree that that started a hell of a lot better than our last one.